Are we ready? Oh, can't hear myself. Awesome. Ready? All right. Welcome, everyone. We're reconvening to open session. Let's do flag salute. Thank you. All right, there was no action taken in closed session. Let's move on to adoption of the agenda. We have edit to the agenda, right? We're moving item 8 to discussion. Other than that,
I move to adopt the agenda with as a consent agenda.
the agenda.
I move to adopt it.
Do I have a second? A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Preferential? Aye. Carries. All right. Public comment on non-agenda matters. So a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes. Please don't move the mic. It's set up in a certain way. We cannot interact back and forth. This is just for us to listen to any public comment, non-agenda items. Do we have any public comment? Awesome. Moving to Zoom. All right, closing public comment. Let's move on to presentations and recognitions. Elkhorn, welcome. We are so happy to have clickers.
No,
And points, and
I
the
know.
points as well.
2025.
2025.
2025.
Welcome to 2025.
Right, we are on our way.
Good evening, board members, President Harvey, and my name is Mary Harvey. I am the proud principal of Elkhorn School. I am here tonight to share some highlights and next steps as we move through this school year. Unfortunately, Mr. Valdez, my assistant principal, couldn't join us tonight as he was attending the COBE conference, which is amazing. So, all right. So we are a clouder of ocelots and a unique campus in many wonderful ways. One of those ways, as you may know, is that we house our district's moderate, severe special day classes. This group, along with our other students on IEPs, make up 25% of our student population. So these programs offer both students and staff numerous opportunities to collaborate on teaching strategies, differentiation, and small group instruction, as well as provide inclusion opportunities for all. All right, goal number 1. So the past few months have been exciting at Elkhorn as we've focused on a research-based instructional strategy implemented school-wide through the use of a Plan, Do, Study, Act model, or PDSA. Upon reviewing our iReady assessment data, we found that 56% of our 1st through 6th grade students were 2 or more grade levels below in reading comprehension. Although our winter diagnostic assessment showed improvement with only 47% of students still 2 or more grade levels behind, we recognize the need for a more comprehensive intervention. As a result, our staff adopted a school-wide approach to address these concerns, and you can see that in that little bottom box that's called 3 close reads. So this was the instructional strategy that we introduced to our staff. This strategy involves 3 key steps, which we adopted from the AVID program, which is activate, which engage students in thinking and reading. It's kind of like applying glasses to focus on the text that you're reading. So you're kind of just taking that first glance. Our second step is to engage or encourage a deeper examination of the text. So it's similar to looking through a microscope. And then extend, which helps students make personal connections or interpretations of why things happened, or what would happen if something else should occur within the text that they read. So it's kind of like looking at a telescope. So you're taking a bigger step back. Our students and staff have adopted the activate, engage, and extend kind of physical models with their students as well. Our teachers have worked hard to implement this approach in their classrooms. For K through first grades, teachers read to students and guide them through investigative reading and writing activities. For grades 2 through 6, students are transitioning from learning to read, which is a foundational skill, to actually reading to learn, where they read for meaning inclusive of enjoyment and learning. Teachers has found that this collaborative approach to instruction within their classrooms has been very effective. And now there is a clear understanding of what reading comprehension should look like and how it is to be taught at Elkhorn School. Our next steps include expanding this method to include math word problems, where students will use the activate, engage, and extend approach to solve complex math word problems. All right, goal 2. This is around student engagement. So at Elkhorn, we roar. We show respect, we own our actions, we accept others, and we show responsibility. Our students demonstrate these behaviors throughout the campus and are rewarded with Roar Bucks, which they can use at our student store, Rory's House. This year, we've given some of our higher needs students the opportunity to help support the store by selling items themselves. One student, the student in the second picture there in the middle, shared last week, "I like doing this so much. We really make the kids happy. They're so happy when they're at Rory's house." So, and he's one of our students that needs just a little extra support in different ways. But he had a wonderful time with our little guys. So engaging students on campus is a key focus this year. Our student council has also played a major role in this effort by leading our school-wide assemblies, taking that responsibility away from Mr. Valdez and myself. Our students lead the whole thing. They manage the Pledge of Allegiance, the school song, they recognize the character builders of the month, and they engage the students and the staff in fun minute-to-win-it activities. We found that when students feel connected to the campus, they're more likely to attend school. So while our attendance has yet to hit our goal of 95%, we are getting closer. With the most recent attendance period that we had, we were at 94.2% school-wide. So next, we're launching our famous Attendance Madness Challenge, which is similar to our March Madness college basketball bracket. Classes give themselves names and they compete weekly for the highest attendance percentage against a different class, creating some friendly competition among both students and staff. And, it's always fun to spark that little rivalry between different teachers. You can find teachers actually in staff lounge asking, "Do you have all your kids today? What's going on? Who are you missing?" And so it's quite fun. All right, goal number 3 around our parent and community engagement. This year, as we embarked on the Community Schools Initiative, in which we made it a priority to open our campus and encourage parents to actively participate, not only in their children's classroom and academics, but throughout the campus as a whole. Thanks to our community schools coordinator and our intervention TOSA, we've hosted several school-wide events, including 2 math festivals and our Read Across America event, which were all run by our parent volunteers. These events allowed parents from the community to come onto campus and engage with all students, not only their own. It was truly inspiring to watch parents working with everyone. The joy and pride they expressed from being part of these activities was heartwarming. Many parents showed how much they enjoyed their time on campus and working with all of our students. Another highlight in this area was the implementation of the Positive Discipline Parenting Series, which took place in January and February of this year. We had over 40 parents participating, and the program culminated in a certificate ceremony and a community circle, which you can see in that picture on the right, where parents shared a connection that they made or a word that had meaning to them that they learned in that program or something that they experienced while they were participating. The connections the parents have built with each other, the empowerment that they have experienced, and the skills they have learned will have a lasting impact on themselves and their entire family for years to come. Throughout our very well-attended ELAC meetings run by our English learner specialist and Mr. Valdez, parents have also shared that they would like more opportunities to engage in academic activities with their students and be able to comfortably access technology. So some of our next steps in this area include providing technology support to parents and offering training to help them feel comfortable navigating the online enrollment system, as well as provide opportunities for families to come and learn ways to read with their children and explore academic concepts while they're at home or out in the real world. And goal 4 around staff engagement. I know I'm not supposed to say it, but I honestly feel that I have the best staff in all the district. And I am incredibly fortunate to work with such a dedicated and hardworking team that is committed to seeing all children succeed. At Elkhorn, we pride ourselves on being a family, and we make sure to connect with one another, not only professionally, but personally. The support we offer each other is palpable on campus. During staff collaboration time, we often start with a warm-up activity where staff members connect by sharing experiences, emotions they're working through, or simply just something fun. It's a time full of laughter and joy, and it strengthens our bonds as a team. One area Mr. Valdez and I are focusing on in regards to next steps include finding opportunities for the entire staff, which means both classified and certificated, to connect and build bridges with each other. This currently is challenging due to the varying schedules and the lack of meeting time as an entire staff, but we are dedicated to making this happen. We're working with our Tier 1 team to talk about different ways that we feel we can bridge the gap. A simple way that we do plan to bond as an entire school staff, I'm going to say shout out to Ms. Quaylar here, is by implementing underground staff spirit days, where the kids are not involved in the spirit day that the staff has planned. So our first one is coming up soon, but I can't share what it is because in case they're listening, it is underground, but expect to see something on our Instagram. So if you're wanting to look at that. All right. Our certificated staff spotlight. I would like to spotlight and highlight our combination classroom teachers. So we have Jennifer Figueroa, who teaches 4th and 5th grade, and Jordan Hubble, who is our 5th and 6th grade teacher. These incredible individuals have worked tirelessly this school year, balancing 2 grade levels in 1 classroom. Mr. Valdez and I want to honor them for their innovative thinking and dedication to focusing on the key instructional standards for both grade levels. These teachers are not only responsible for teaching 2 grade levels at once, but they're also members of our Tier 1 instructional leadership team, where they collaborate with other leaders across the school on best practices and approaches to addressing school-wide needs. They're both outstanding educators, and we're very lucky to have them as part of our Ocelot family. And our classified staff spotlight are 2 amazing behavior technicians, Mr. Chris and Miss Janine. They support all of our students, from our tiniest TKs to our 6th graders who are now ready for middle school. As a duo, they create positive incentive plans for individual students, lead social skills groups, and participate in our cost meetings to support our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. Their calm, focused, and student-driven approaches help students find success, even when their behavior may challenge them. We're incredibly grateful for their dedication to our students. And that's it for Elkhorn.
Awesome.
So thank you for having me.
All right. We're going to open it for any public comment. Zoom. Welcome.
Stephanie Bobman here. I just want to say thank you to Ms. Harvey and the staff of Elkhorn. They do an amazing job.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
All right. Okay, closing public comment, and I'll start with Julia.
I just actually love every time Elkhorn comes and you give your presentation. It makes me wish I went there. But no, for the math, for the activate and engage and extend like protocol that you do, I love that you're extending that to even math, because for me, math was, I feel like it was easier because I could do the steps like I could multiply, I could divide, but conceptually understanding that at a higher level was where I struggled. And I like that you're doing that extend part. I think that would really help a lot of students. And I want to know what your minute to win it activities are because those seem fun.
We've done, let's see, I know we did one where I think they had cups on their hands and they had to move.
Oh, like
you know,
marshmallows or something.
We had cotton balls,
Yeah.
yeah, they had to move them. We did the egg spoon challenge.
Ooh.
And what we do is we do match like our kinder and first grade go against each
Yeah.
other and second and third, but then our staff go against each other. Ms. Quaylar was our winner of that one. We did musical chairs one time that turned into quite the fun experience. So
Okay,
those are some of the-
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Julia. Sandra.
Just an excellent presentation. Thank you so much. I think that your service to the district is a testament how when a leader has an opportunity to be at a site and to just kind of build on that. You have the respect of your staff and a reputation in the community for delivering quality education to students, especially special needs kids in our staff. So congratulations, kudos, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Angelo.
Yeah, when you were discussing on your LCAP Goal 3, I really appreciate the idea of trying to get more parents the opportunity to volunteer. Something that's been said a lot from our community is they feel like they want to help out, but the opportunities are not really being given there to them. So it's exciting to see you're trying to find new ways. And then this is my own little personal thing because I also saw on your goal about cafecitos. I'm pushing this with every presentation from every school. Like like the next time you come, I want to hear like what did we build upon and from cafecitos because there's a lot of great information, but I kind of want to start seeing like what did we do with this information. So I've been challenging every school has been coming up here about, hey, next time I see you, can you have like a follow-up?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Angelo.
Thank you.
Rick.
Great presentation. Thank you. Always a great job. And yeah, I'm always pleased with what I hear about Elkhorn all the time and what I see on Instagram. I mean, you guys do the perfect amount of information on the things that you guys got going on and even things that just happen in the day, and it's awesome. It's good for the community. You could see that can't make it. And on my site visits, I've been there 3 or 4 times at least with superintendents and all the teachers, they're doing really, really well. I don't think they know we're coming and yeah, we just like all the schools, we gotta do what we can as a board to give you the tools and the facilities that everyone deserves, the kids deserve. And I've gone through this district my whole life, and I always wondered where the ocelot was, and I never took the time to look until I saw it on TV. And there's the closest one is South Texas,
Yes.
and I saw the whole thing, and they're so cute and tiny. And I'm like, oh my god, they're tiny
They're
too.
little.
Yeah, so I mean that's a rad mascot. But thank you again.
Awesome.
Thank you, Rick. Dr. Turkey.
So in the REAM, what we have as a leader is we have a real instructional leader who knows her families, who knows her kids, who supports her teachers, who supports her support staff, so that they can all together support students and families. Okay, so Lorraine, hats off to you. You're doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
It takes a village. Thank you.
Elkhorn, what can I say? But they have a special place in my heart. My kiddos, that was a foundation for my kiddos. And they turned out pretty good.
They did.
I could say, I think it was part of Elkhorn's fault. But I really love the students are leading. In every school, students should be our leaders. They should be the ones telling us this is what we should be doing. So I'm kudos to that. And then seeing the amount of parent participation that has happened over this year has been amazing. and parents from different backgrounds, parents from different perspectives. I think that's crucial for every school in our district to have different perspectives from different parents, from different sides. And I think Elkhorn has one of the things that is really special where you are teaching everyone about inclusivity with special day classes. I think that that's really important because it tells our students, hey, we are all unique and we should all be accepted. So I think that that's something you didn't highlight, but I know it happens at that school. And I can't wait to hear the ideas that you come up about bridging the two staff teams, right? I think that that's really crucial because at the end of the day, we are a team. We are one district. We should find ways to really build between together. And now I'm really curious about the underground activity. I'm gonna have to, like, I also follow on social media. I'm gonna have to figure out
Yeah.
what that
I can
is.
tell you when it's happening, but it's
I
happening
know, I know. So that's pretty amazing. So those are really creative stuff. So again, awesome. And like I agree with Angelo. For every district or every school, we want to hear what's next after you hear the feedback from parents, the feedback from staff, the feedback from the students. What's the next step taken? Because I think that that's important for us also as a board to hear, to find ways to support the next steps. But overall, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. Let's now hear from the captain presentation.
I'm going to go ahead and start. Good evening. I want to thank you, Dr. Turkey, and the Board of Education, including President Ms. Elgoza Ramirez, and other board members, including Mr. Diaz, Ms. Ruiz, and Mr. DeMarco, and your student rep as well, Julia, for giving us this opportunity to honor and recognize some of the most outstanding members of your educational community. My name is Patty Bangs. I'm from Monterey County, SELPA. SELPA stands for Special Education Local Plan Area. I also stand before you as a representative of CAPTAIN, which stands for the California Autism Professional Training and Information Network, which is a mouthful. I represent the one of the 17 regional implementation leads throughout the state of California. Our area is called Captain 007. There's a story behind that, but we won't have time tonight. And our region encompasses Monterey, San Benito, Santa Clara, and Santa Cruz County. And that is a little bit about who I am.
And I'm Jahari Hipschman, school psychologist specialist, and a Captain Cadre member since November of 2021, and also an honorary member of the Ocelot Powder Club. And pictured here, I want to highlight our fabulous special education preschool team. And present here, we have Tiffany Thompson, Laura Lustre, and Crystal Cruz Pacheco, as well as our occupational therapist, Ursa Petrino, and Adrian Curcio, our speech therapist. Together, they've been on this journey of creating a demonstration site through the Captain Project, and with the support of our district autism implementation team that Patty will tell us more about.
So I'm going to give you a little bit of history about the development of this program within your district. We identified your team in North Monterey County School District back in early 2022 after doing a data dig and looking at the capacity within we were considering about 7 potential districts in Monterey County to choose from. We ended up, after a review of that data, determining that North Monterey County was the district we felt had the most potential at that time to build the demonstration site that we were hoping to build. So the ultimate goal for us was to build a demonstration site that we could recognize through the Captain Project that shows exemplary use of evidence-based practices that we know benefit students. So in the spring of 2022, I had the opportunity to tour many of your sites with Allison. And we came to a decision that the project would best be implemented at Elkhorn, where there were multiple classrooms serving students with special needs. And so at that time, we started focusing on the preschool program, room C4. I don't think you have a section for C4, but we call it C4. And so at that time, we formed your district autism implementation team known as your DATE. And so that was formed from district administrators, site level administration, and that team began building and putting into place the drivers that we needed to implement this program. We knew from implementation science, which is how we've based our growth for this program, that it would be a 3 to 5 year process before we would be able to be at full implementation. The idea was to start with one classroom at one school site and be able to scale up and build capacity within your district to be able to maintain a program. So often we see it often at SELPA, we go in and we train a staff and then the teacher leaves and then the program doesn't operate as well. And so the focus of this program is to get the district to a point where we can step back and you have built-in people here who are able to maintain a consistent program for your students with autism. But there's a secret behind this. All those evidence-based practices, they support and help students of all different types of learning styles, not just our students with autism. So the DATE meets almost monthly, and we work on developing procedures, practices, and looking at training opportunities in order to support what's actually happening in the classroom, so that the outcomes are benefiting the students. And so I want to recognize those people who have been on your district DATE team or are currently on it now, those who are present. So Allison Britton is here. And because we're at Elkhorn, we also get to work with the amazing Lorraine Harvey. We have Jahira as a member of that team. Other members who are on that team who are not present tonight include Danielle Martucci, Christina Torres, Janine Valencia, and our newest member is Jacqueline, the school psych. Okay. So annually, as part of the district capacity assessment, we have checked how the progress of this team in developing the drivers that we need in order to be fully ready to implement is going. You can see we've done this every year with this team. Initially, when we started in 2022, which was our first year, that's the blue column. You see, we saw strengths in our leadership, and that was about it. We weren't scoring very well on any of the drivers. As we moved into our second year, which is the gray, you see a lot of growth because we were putting into place a lot of systems were here and were developed. The reason they weren't in the blue is they were kind of ghost systems. Things were happening, but we didn't really have them documented as being the procedure or the way things were working. So we worked to develop those in order to put things into a format that would be better able to build the capacity within the district if the leaders who were involved were to change over. Then the purple is where we are as of December. So you can see we're still growing. That orange line is acquisition, that blue line is fluency, and that is our goal. We're in year 3 and making really good progress. The one thing I do want to say too about your district autism implementation team, they have stuck it out. There is some challenges. There were challenges at that school, in that classroom. There were several different teachers right as we were getting started. And then there's also been district level administrative changes, and we've had changes in our DATE team, and yet this team has first reviewed. So, and we started 12 sites statewide, and we're down to about 5. So you guys are still going and still developing, and we've made great progress at the one site. Okay.
And in addition to the DCA, we're also measuring progress using the APERS, which is the Autism Program Environment Rating Scale. So what it really helps us do is assess the quality program indicators for programs for students on the autism spectrum. And this was first conducted in March 2021 when we decided to kind of build up in C4. And you'll see where that was on the green circles is where we scored that year. And then we did it again in April of 2024. We wanted to kind of reassess where we were after providing training and support and coaching to the staff in the classroom. And as you can see, several of these areas or indicators have really increased since implementing the supports. And then that black line you see on the far right is reaching 80% fidelity of the implementation within these different kind of domains that the APERS populates for us. And I want to take a moment to recognize the staff that's been doing the work. And so Laura, Tiffany, and Crystal, if you don't mind coming up for a minute. These three fabulous ladies have been part of professional development on the use of visual supports, reinforcement, and the prompting hierarchy. And we've been into the classroom to kind of assess their implementation of these three evidence-based practices, and each one of them have reached 80% fidelity or greater in these three EVPs, which means that we have now established a demonstration site in C4.
This is a lot of work that they've put in, and not only a lot of work, but also they've been under the scrutiny of my eye for multiple months as we were trying to collect the data to make sure that they really had reached that 80%. And I think I stressed them out for a while, but I think they've gotten used to me being in there. And they just work amazingly as a team together because they've all been trained in the same evidence-based practices and been coached between Jahira and myself being in the room. We all know what to do and can step in, and it just flows so nicely in their program. There's 24 evidence-based practices, so you can learn some more. And you actually are implementing a few of the others, which is not measuring and checking whether they're to fidelity at this. Right.
Yay, thank you.
Right. Lastly, I want to honor Jahira. Jahira. She is a cadre member of Captain. If there was a cadre of the year award across the state, I would definitely be nominating Jahira because she not only meets her cadre requirements of providing coaching to 3 teachers and 3 evidence-based practice trainings each year. She is supporting this team and supporting the date and making sure that everything is working in order to get these demonstration sites up. So she's doing above and beyond what a typical cadre member would be doing. In addition to that, last year she went through training to become certified in the use of behaviors. So she no longer needs to come outside of the district. Your district doesn't have to ask for support from outside to do this assessment. She's certified and she met that requirement in 2024, so almost a year ago. But we do want to recognize her tonight for her efforts.
Thank you. And the last thing that I would end on is we are at a point where we're actually going to scale up the work and begin our work in another classroom at Elkhorn Elementary.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the other thing about a demonstration site is we like to be able to open that up for other schools within your district or other schools within our county to have opportunities to potentially come in and see the great work that's out. So we'll be setting that up as part of your implementation.
Yeah.
So,
And just really quickly,
Hi, I'm Allison Griffin, the Director of Special Services, but I do want to take the opportunity to thank Patty Baines for all of her support and the Monterey County SELPA. A fun fact that not many people know is Patty was a speech therapist in one of my classrooms when I first started teaching. And so Patty and I, have a very long history together. But I am so grateful that our district was chosen when we first started this journey and for your continually pushing us to keep it going, because I think the board is aware there's been a few challenges that we faced. And so without Patty's kind of support and camaraderie in it, we wouldn't have been able to keep moving forward. So thank you so much for celebrating.
Being a leader in your district, as we looked at that leadership and you saw our first year, that was one of those draws, is knowing that we would be supported in this project with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna first open it for any public comment. Right, soon. Closing public comment. I'm gonna open it with Julia.
Thank you. I mean, I love to see that one of the focuses you have is on family involvement, because I know you train your staff to support the students as best as they can, but sometimes their parents or their guardians or their siblings might not know how they can also support them. So I really love that. And it's so honorable what all of you guys do. You guys should be really proud.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. You're always so good, Julia. I'm gonna move to Rick and then go around. Rick.
Thank you guys so much for the presentation, for all the work you've done. Everyone benefits from it, and uh, thank you for getting them gifts, and they deserve it. All you guys definitely deserve the accolades, the commendation, and accolades. But it's making our district better, starting right there and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Dr. Turkey.
Gosh, so many things, right? But I'm just, my first thought is, okay, this is really it's work of the heart and also work of the mind, right? So, work of the heart because because of the care which goes into it, but work in the mind because the implementation of the evidence-based practices, right? A lot of the times we tell folks, it's not around discovering best practice. We actually already know them. It's all about implementation, right? And I love that you are using a tool so that you can track implementation of those best practices. So we're not guessing, hey, how we're doing. It isn't guesswork, right? It's practice and it's data driven, and you have support and you have coaching, which goes in there. So you can get people to the right level so you can meet those evidence-based practices. So I love that. So thank you so much for the support of SELPA. So thank you so much. And for the folks, Jahira, thank you so much. And for the folks on the ground actually doing the work, thank you so much. Okay. Lorraine, again, leadership at the school site. Okay. And Allison, from your perspective, you're leading the whole shebang as being the director of special services. So thank you all. Fantastic job. Really great to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Turkey. Angelo.
Yeah, actually got a few questions. First, thank you so much for what you're doing. This is really special, near to my heart due to family members who are on the spectrum. So this is only happening at Elkhorn, Class C4. So I'm just trying to understand, because I heard we're going to scale up. So I just want to understand we're scaling up from C4 to hopefully to.
Yeah, so right now the work has been really focused on C4. And now that we have them at that 80% fidelity in those 3 practices, we are now scaling up to the next classroom, which is also another special day classroom with a lot of students with language and behavioral needs. And in that classroom, we've already started the process of conducting the APERS and reviewing the APERS with the team. And the next pieces will be to provide the training based on those areas of need identified during the APERS.
So, and then my next question is, because we have your team, But do we also provide professional development with other teachers on how to basically work with children on the spectrum?
Yeah, so a lot of our captain training has been open to a lot of our special education teachers as well as our paraprofessionals. And then more specific trainings for the classrooms where we're doing the work, and then the teachers who are getting the coaching and the support within those evidence-based practices.
And if we wanted to scale it up, well, I'll backtrack so you know where my questions are coming from. So I taught 2 years of high school math here. No, I had no training on how to teach students who are on the spectrum. My training was looking at YouTube that veteran teachers would post videos on. You know, that's a big issue that these not only in our district, but as many districts. I can give myself a little bit more background of where my ignorance is. I'm a first generation American, where my family, you know, I don't mind throwing my mom down. She understands. We're okay with. We believe in the Llorona. We believe in brujeria. We believe in a lot of issues, but we draw the line when it comes to mental health and special needs. And so there's a little bit of that factor, like, you know, from, you know, my demographic and my background on, like, I'm open to it. I want more training, you know, so I was hoping that, is there a plan to scale up to, we can also go to secondary schools? Is that something in the future?
The captain is across the state, and we have more than just Jahira as far as captain cadre here within Monterey County. We've offered a lot of training self-wide for a while. And then because of difficulty for schools to sub people out and attend those workshops, we've gone more to a by request workshop. So if a district requests the training, we can bring a team in and do some training. But within your district, as you get more and more classrooms implementing, starting at Elkhorn, you'll build capacity within your own district to have those trainings provided by your own staff members. Jahira is actually doing, and I have to say, this is the only demonstration site where the school where the site is doing their own training. Jahira is now training the staff here. She doesn't require support from me. Other sites are still requiring the support of their lead in order to do that. So she'll start training and we'll bring other people in who will be supporting her to train and coach, because coaching is actually the biggest component of it, right? And it takes more time. We can train people, but then they go back to their classrooms and they don't know or don't have the time to figure out how to implement what they've just learned. And I remember that as a teacher myself. Sometimes I take it and go back, but not use it to fidelity, and it wasn't as effective. And I'd say, I can't keep this going. So having that coaching component is really key. And I believe that your district is building the capacity to take it all the way to that high school.
Yeah, because I would love to see the high school. I guess where I want to go this on, I would like to have you guys come back again soon and do another presentation to answer some of my questions, because I would really like to scale this up to provide a lot of teachers opportunities to learn on how to, you know, outside of just your team, like how do we show up as a teacher with the tools that you guys are bringing to also carry on what you're building.
I'd like to support you.
Thank you, Angela. Sandra.
Just thank you for the presentation. I can tell it's a phenomenal collaboration. It is important to start with the implementation and then to build that capacity. And I think most importantly, the consistency, right? People who know how to teach other people and then implement it in a classroom. That's critically important to our students to have that consistency. And then it sounds like you're getting ready for that second classroom. And then once you've had that fidelity, then you'll move on to the next classroom. And that sounds like a really solid plan. So thank you for your efforts and collaboration. It looks like it's really benefiting your students. So thank you. And Jahira, how's the baby? Last time I saw him attached to you.
My joke was going to be that we've done this work through 2 pregnancies
Okay,
and maternity leaves. But
that's
he is approaching
the
2.
challenge.
And I hope you all enjoy your inclusive ABCs
Yes.
and figuring out
Thank
all
you.
the ones you find.
Thank you.
I agree. I'm like with Angelo. I also have family members on the spectrum. But I've seen such a huge improvement in our district from starting with advocating as parents, advocating as families to bring our kids to the actual district because all of our kids were being bussed out for services, and it felt like we were not welcome in this district. To now having classrooms that focus on our children, and we're having these programs and staff who are building the capacity to build the capacity of other staff members, that's a huge improvement. Yes, we have still a lot. I agree. We still have a lot to move and a lot to do, because early intervention is the best thing, the best thing that can happen. But then we have to continue to support our students through even college and beyond. But this is amazing, and thank you for all, because it is an area that you have to have heart, you have to have passion. Sometimes it's very challenging. I know, because I'm a family member that has to work with students. But it's also very rewarding to see the progress and improvement. And that's what I meant with Elkhorn being a very inclusive space right now that can teach us all about truly incorporating every student into our district and figuring out how to involve and how to support every student. So thank you all for your work and for your dedication, and congratulations. And I'm like Angelo, I want to hear how are we going to scale up and get our district with more capacity to be able to meet the needs of our, and yes, family involvement. That's this thing I wrote down. I was like, there's nothing better than involving the family. And then the other one of positive learning climate. I think that those two make a huge difference for our students and our families. So thank you so much.
There's one more thing just before you go. You said that the room C4 doesn't have a name. Can we call it Dynamite?
Yay.
Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to something that's not exciting, as exciting. Update on second interim report.
Thank you.
Hi, Connie.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Turkey and community. I am here to provide you with an update, and we're gonna call this second interim report 2.0, since we're following the theme. With me tonight, we're gonna be presenting this together is Mr. Rick Jensen. He is currently helping the district as a financial consultant or fiscal consultant, helping the fiscal department in absence of our director of fiscal services. So I know he's connected, and at one point I will be deferring some of the portion of the presentation to Mr. Jensen. For this report, next slide, please. For this report, two ranges of budget savings are presented. So the first one will be preliminary, we're gonna call them preliminary savings. This one assumes 27% of the budget should be available at this point in the year, and anything above 27% and any savings in subs, extra duties, and overtime that can be identified is also included in this savings category. The number two, it is called absolute savings. And this one assumes any unspent, unencumbered balances available to sweep to the ending fund balances. This one does not allow for any balances for amounts to be spent after March 20, 2025. The actual savings to be achieved will be between these two ranges. Next slide, please. Some of the assumptions that will affect these saving projections are requisitions or POs that are still received or processed which will further reduce savings being presented. So for instance, we have a hard deadline, which is March 28, 2025. So that's in progress, in process as of now. Any POs in the financial system not ordered and or received by June 30th will further increase savings being presented. And these POs will need to be canceled or rolled forward to the next year. Another assumption can be the district budget's categorical restricted, commonly known as restricted expenditures, equal to revenues and carryover, assuming all categorical dollars will be spent on this year's student population. And these savings will occur due to those budgeted expenditures not being spent in full in the unaudited actuals. And lastly, any unspent or unencumbered budgets will not be swept from restricted ending balances or from LCAP, supplemental, and concentration resources codes, as these amounts are required to remain in those ending fund balances by resource code. At this point, we're going to be transitioning to the actual information or the report, and I will be deferring the presentation to Mr. Rick Jensen to walk us through the analysis. Next slide, please.
Well, good evening. President Mendoza Ramirez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Turkey, and the cabinet and our esteemed guests and other people participating online. Hearing a little echo, by the way, folks, so talk. Can you see me on the screen? Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. This is the that basically discusses or shows what Dr. Santa Cruz was just explaining in the previous two slides. So the column in the middle, preliminary savings, that is based on anything over 27% remaining in the budget. And then the absolute savings, you can see it's a much higher number because we're assuming we could sweep everything that's at the bottom of those, that's included in those balances as of today to the ending fund balances of each of those accounts. Now, in the unrestricted side of the budget, there are about 8 different resources or programs that make up these accounts or these balances. And some of those do have balances that need to remain with those programs. For example, the LCAP programs that are the supplemental and concentration dollars, those need to remain in the ending fund balance for those resources. Lottery is another one, and the education protection account. What can be swept would be anything in the 0000 resource, which is our undistributed general fund account, which is one of our largest accounts in the district. Next slide, please. This slide is a little busy, but what I want you to see is what's in the blue columns. The left-hand side is the low range of savings. And with those preliminary savings, based on what we showed you in the second interim report earlier this month, and now versus now, you can see how our budgets for these categories decrease. And then at the bottom, you can see that there was a deficit of $7.5 million. We add in those savings of $2 million, that reduces the deficit to $5.4 million. On the right-hand side, same exact calculation, only we see the absolute savings even further would increase the ending fund balances at this point, leaving us with a projected deficit of about $2.5 million you see in the lower right-hand corner. Next slide, please. This is the ending fund balance calculation for the unrestricted general fund. And on the left-hand side, we have the low range of savings, which is the preliminary savings. And we can see that the ending fund balance at second interim was projected to be $10 million. We add in the preliminary savings of $2 million that we found, and that increases our ending fund balance to $12,125,000. We see also below the components of the ending fund balance. We can't talk about ending fund balance without talking about what those components of the balances are made up. So we can see that there's some revolving cash of $5,000 that can't be spent. Then there's the assigned fund balance. So in the second interim, there was $1 million being assigned. I'm not showing anything changing there. Then in the unassigned fund balance, we see that there's growth of $2.5 million. So our unassigned fund balance is now $7 million. And then the 3% reserve, which is at second interim was 4%. So I kept it at 4%. You see that because the overall expenditures for the general fund are decreasing, our reserve requirement also decreases by about $500,000. So you see that at the very bottom, it matches what the ending fund balance is shown above. On the right side, the high range of savings is the same calculation, only you see that at the very bottom line, we have at second interim $10 million of an ending fund balance projected, with the absolute savings of $4.9 million being included, raises the unrestricted general fund balance up to $15 million. So what we're projecting is by the end of the year, the savings that we will realize will be between $12 million and $15 million ending fund balance. Next slide, please. This is a graphical representation of what I just showed you, showing you the relationship between the savings on the low side in green, and then on the right-hand side, the high range of savings based on the absolute savings we could grab. Okay, next slide. We also reviewed the restricted side of the budget with the categorical programs that allow ending fund balances. There are some grants of the district, like Title I, that does not allow an ending fund balance, so we didn't look at those. So these would be programs such as the ELOP, Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, Special Education, and so forth. So those programs, we can see that the preliminary savings would be somewhere between $6.8 million to the absolute savings $12 million, which is quite the swing, because in the restricted fund the restricted balance is shown, there wasn't as much savings as I could pull above 27%. But on the absolute savings, when I grab everything from what's available, that produced a swing of another $6 million to that ending balance. Now, we do understand that restricted ending balances stay with those programs and have to be spent according to those donor requirements or the granting requirements for those programs. So although this would fall to the bottom line at the end of the year, we understand that those are not dollars available for other uses. Next slide, please. This is the restricted side of the budget. We're showing exactly what we did for the unrestricted side. We'll just point to the blue columns, and we notice that the surplus of negative $10 million in the second interim is actually positive, well, almost positive. It's closer to being zero at $3.2 million deficit. So it decreased by $6.8 million. On the right-hand side, by taking all of the savings available, we note that the high range of savings, the absolute savings, would add $12.5 million to the ending balance. And we can see that we do, in fact, would end with a surplus in those accounts. So this basically means that we didn't spend all the money in those accounts, then that balance would stay with the with those restricted programs. Next slide, please. So this is the ending fund balance for restricted programs. The components of ending balance is very small. It's just the restricted balances, and there's only one line item there. And this shows you that at second interim on the left-hand side, the low range of savings of 6.8 million would increase the restricted ending balance from 4.3 projected now to $11.2 million by the end of the year. On the right-hand side, we see how the $12 million savings would increase that further to $16.9 million. So what will the ending fund balance be for restricted programs by the end of the year? It's going to be somewhere between $11.2 million and $16.9 million. Next slide, please. And this is the graphical representation of what we just saw, the savings versus the ending fund balances. And you see in the green, those projected savings that we're able to analyze and show in this interim 2.0 version for the second interim. Next slide, please. And this concludes our presentation. I'll turn it back to Dr. Santa Cruz to see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Trustees, we're open to any questions that you may have, any comments based on this presentation.
Thank you, Connie. I'm going to open it first for any public comment. Public comment.
Cassandra Quaylar, second grade teacher. I'm just wondering about the 27%, assuming 27% of the budget should be available at this point in the year, where that comes from. If that could be explained better. Anything above 27%. Yeah, just how that number was reached, if it has to do with like the percentage of the school year.
Exactly, that's what it is. So we were looking at what are the effective months that we have available for spending. And so we're looking at August through June for about 11 months. And so we have 3 months remaining. So 3 divided by 11 gave us the 27%.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Sure. All right, closing public comment and opening it for the board, and I'll start with Julia. Any questions?
Thank you.
I know.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen and Dr. Santa Cruz for your presentation, though.
You're welcome.
Sandra.
No, just thank you for the information.
Okay, Angela.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Jensen, and Dr. Santa Cruz for clarifying up a couple issues as for us to better understand what's going on.
Awesome. Rick, do you have any questions? Right, awesome. And Dr. Turkey, comments or questions?
Thank you, Connie and Rick, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. It's starting to create a more accurate picture, which is what we need. And so kind of like narrowing the uncertainty. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I agreed. Thank you for giving us a clear or a more clear picture of where we stand and things that we need to do. So thank you both.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you.
I'll move on to CSEA. Anyone reporting? All right. Teachers Federation.
Sandra Quaylar again, second grade teacher. Just a quick little thing I wanted to say. The teachers union appreciates the continued dialogue with the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, board reports, and I'll start with Julia.
Okay. Next slide, please. Ooh, okay, so last Friday, we had our spring rally. We had our spring sports come out, softball, baseball, track. We had performances from Águilas Guerreras. We played games, drumline performed, marching band performed, and a lot of fun time. And there was 2 rallies because we separated upperclassmen and lowerclassmen since we all can't fit in the gym. But yeah. Next slide, please. And it's currently Powder Puff Week. So obviously before flag football had became an official sport this year, we had Powder Puff Week, which is at the end of the year. And it's dress up days and it's a tournament between classes. So tomorrow is a championship at lunch, in case anyone wants to go. And people will wear class colors tomorrow. Okay, next slide, please. And these are our spring spirit games or spirit meet. Track is April 3rd. These are all at home and they each have a theme. It starts at 3:30 and the theme is Barbecue Dad versus, it's not Soccer Mom. It's Barbecue Dad versus Track Mom. So that's on April 3rd at the school and it's versus Carmel. Next slide, please. Softball spirit game is April 24th. JV's at 3:30 and varsity's at 5 and the theme is neon and it's versus King City. Next slide, please. And baseballs is May 2nd. Varsity is at 4 and the way they've scheduled their games is that varsity is always at 1 and JV will go to the other schools. So that way students can get home earlier. So varsity is at home and JV's away at Alvarez. And the theme is sports gear and jerseys. Next slide, please. And our spelling bee has been moved to, it's April 24th, I'm pretty sure.
It's April 25th on the slide.
Oh, okay, yeah. April 25th. And the link to sign up is right there. We wanted more students to join before we had it. And yeah. And Dr. Turkey had emailed Mrs. Lowenson, Adriana, and I about our opinions on a student resource officer and she said, I think that it was moved to a later meeting. So, but this is just our student leadership class and what we discussed. And so we kind of talked about the benefits and the drawbacks. So the benefits are that SRO would have, so far what students have seen is a good relation with them and people turn to the SRO, in case of any emergency or incident, and the presence of an SRO at any events, games, any dances, just overall helps people feel more secure and safer. And the drawbacks is just that a fair amount of students didn't have any interactions with the SRO, so they didn't really have, anything to say about that, or that if when coming to the SRO with an incident, they don't see how it's resolved. And I know sometimes they can't tell them how the action was taken, but some students, they just wanted to know, like, in general. But the overall consensus of the whole discussion was that in case of an emergency, people would definitely want an SRO to be at our school instead of something bad happens and then we regret not having one. But that's just what we all agreed on. Yeah.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you.
It's good to hear all the awesome stuff you all are doing. Tandra,
No report.
Angela,
No report.
Rick.
The baseball team my son's on, they're doing well. Track, I didn't get to make it out that day on Tuesday. I did go to see softball, that's why. I ended up having being able to take my closest friend Rudy, who's a parent and volunteer for a different sport and music on a site visit here at the school, just so he never did it before, and parents can do that, so we went and made a quick visit in the school and saw some things and talked, and it was great. And then the Wellness Athletic Committee happened on Tuesday, and there's a good like 17 or so people, I think. And it was good. Dan Andrus, the principal, and Sandra Britton, the nutritional director, through it, and she had some great food, and they both had great information on this is a first time thing, and it's just to gauge what us as a whole community of stakeholders uh could possibly take away from grouping up together and helping our students get the best out of their time in athletics, the tools, try to see what tools, concerns our students need, our coaches need. There was coaches there, past coaches there, some teachers there, parents there. So I was very happy, and see where it goes from there. That's it.
Thank you, Rick. For me, same. I have a child in softball, so I've been spending my time trying to learn the games. I'm still learning, Julia, and I get to also see Julia at the game. Awesome, third base. Yeah. So that's where I've been spending time. So thank you all. Superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's been a pretty busy time. If you go to the second slide, please. So we had some visitors from the county office. So the County Office of Education actually drives a bus around the county on a monthly basis with different folks from the county who want to learn more about education. And this month, they came to North County to learn all about WAPA, Visual and Performing Arts. And so this was the delegation who came, and we visited a bunch of different art classes over at North County at the high school, and we had a really good time. We essentially went and talked with the teachers, saw what the students were doing, looked at all the different options which were there for students, from the ceramics class to the it would be the kind of, gosh, what do you call it, kind of a media class, and the music class, and the visual arts class, which was all pretty phenomenal. Next slide, please. Okay, we had the third community town hall, and I want to give thanks to Antonio and Katie Turner and the mental health team, many of whom are actually also here today, for helping us run that community town hall. Again, it was pretty successful, sharing some good data and getting some good input from folks. So thank you very much. Next slide, please. So this one, I'm actually going to ask my colleague over here, Angela DeMarco, to actually say a little, actually, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. Could you go forward one? To say a little bit about the upcoming policy committee. Angela, would you mind?
Yeah. Something I've noticed while being on the board is the last real update that our policies have been in 2018. So one of the roles of the Board of Governance is to implement and basically make sure that our policies are up to date with legal notices, make sure it's aligned with our core values. And so with the support of the board and Dr. Turkey, we decided that it's time to implement a policy committee where it's not a board meeting, but basically the public can come together and provide input or stakeholder input on what we want to work on, stuff like basically just work out all the kinks and details like you would see at a discussion during a board meeting, but be a little bit more in depth in a less formal environment. It's not a governing board, meaning like they don't make decisions, but they basically make recommendations to the board. So this gives everybody, it gives the community and it gives the stakeholders basically more time to talk it out. Let's see what everybody wants to come together where our goals align. and start addressing stuff that we want to see. For example, Dr. Turkey asked at the first policy committee that we talk about updating our graduation requirements to align with the district's vision of making every student college, career, and life ready. So we'll be having our first meeting next Tuesday, April 1st, April Fool's Day. Yes. I promise we will be there at 5 p.m. at the Media Center, located here at the library at the high school. Is there anything you want to add, Dr. Turkey, on this?
Can I add something? Sure. Julia, I'm gonna task you, invite students, because I think it would be great to hear from students' perspective, once they understand and they hear what is the recommendation for graduation requirements. Is there something missing? We want to hear from our students, right? So it would be great to have student representation. So please share the word of the meeting. Students are welcome, parents are welcome, communities welcome. Everyone's welcome. So
I'll give you a little
Okay.
peek as being your former math teacher. I want to give you more math. That's not a joke. I really would love to give you guys a 3-year math requirement compared to the 2 years.
Yeah.
Job security. So, but
Question, but I don't know if you have the answer. So this might be something that's discussed at the meeting, but for seniors, or not seniors, for juniors and sophomores and freshmen, would,
no, I'm sorry. I actually knew what your question was going to be. I could read your mind.
yeah.
It would be for the new incoming freshmen. Whatever, but when you have a new policy for like graduation, let's say we made it today, it would only apply to the incoming freshmen after that, not
Okay.
yeah.
everybody who's here is on track, whatever those graduation requirements are.
Yes, Julia, they're not gonna give you more math before you graduate.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a good
Bringing
check.
it back.
Good check.
I want to make sure.
Good advocacy for your
Yeah.
class.
Would you mind going back one, please? Okay, so another advertisement here is the LCAP Advisory Committee meeting is coming up on Thursday, the April the 3rd. Okay, this is a pretty important one. It's a pretty big one. So our LCAP is our strategic plan. Okay, and that is what guides the district. We have our 3-year LCAP. However, we need input on, hey, how are we doing? Right? What else do we need to do? And how do we move forward? And that is going to be run by Antonio and his Ed Services team. So yeah, coming up on Thursday, April 3rd. Thank you very much. And then the next thing here, okay, staff spotlight. So Cassie Kosaka, if you've been into her classroom and actually seen the stuff which students produce, it is like beyond amazing, right? It's the stuff which like you see in art museums, or, you know, I go into an art museum and think, oh, that's really cool. I go into Miss Kosaka's class and see the stuff which the students have done. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that could be in the art museum. It's really cool, right? She manages to take students through some pretty high level stuff in her ceramics class and actually get them to produce just really high level ceramics. So hats off to Miss Kosaka. She does a wonderful job engaging the students and just really, as I say, high level of art, which is happening right there, Miss Kosaka's class. Next slide, please. Okay, our team spotlight. Folks may not know this, but it is actually behavior technician. It's World Behavior Technician Day. Okay. And to celebrate World Behavior Technician Day, we are celebrating our behavior technicians across the district. You saw them actually highlighted in our Elkhorn presentation as well. So these are the folks who, if I'm a student and I'm really struggling with one thing or another, and it's coming out in my behaviors, the behavior technicians are going to meet with me and help me get back on track. Okay, this is the work which the behavior technicians do every day. So behavior technicians, thank you. We appreciate you all. It's hard work, it's good work, and thank you again. Next. There is one more. So we couldn't do all of this when we're celebrating all of our special services and all of the things which is happening at Elkhorn and our behavior technicians without the spotlight of our leadership team here in special services. So Allison and Danielle, We couldn't do this without you. You provide the leadership to the special services department, which it needs to be so excellent and so awesome, right? And I tell everybody that being in charge of special education department, special services department is not easy. Okay, it's many students who need much support. Okay, and the adults who support the students who need the most support also need the most support. Okay, and you and Danielle do it with a lot of verve and panache. Okay, so thank you so much for that. Thank you. We have one last slide, and I'm actually going to ask us to save that video for the we're going to save it. Okay, so when it comes to the Autism Appreciation Month, we'll play that video as well. Okay, thank you.
That reminds me, I've had the opportunity to take ceramics on Saturdays with Ms. Kasaka. Talk about stress relief. Amazing way that the Nest extended learning is doing to incorporate the family. I have so much fun. I've done amazing projects. Yeah. But seeing the students and the students actually teaching their family members how to like do the stuff that they've learned so that mine doesn't blow up. It's been really cool. So I props to Ms. Kasaka and all the team and thank you all for the work. All right.
Kind of
Go ahead.
real quick. I just want to build on the staff spotlight that Dr. Turkey brought up. Only doing this one specifically because I can see you right back there. Austin Griffin. Thank you so much. And I really say this. One of the greatest things is that you were willing to show grace with me to help me grow out of my ignorance of what exactly SPED is. A lot of people don't understand it. Probably the best thing that you've ever said I really wanted to share with people is that SPED is its own mini school district within a school district. And as a trustee, that kind of really just blew my mind open. Like, wow, like we don't really see that sometimes because you guys are off in the corner doing your thing. And you're actually very, the entire SPED department is very humble. And sometimes when we're so humble, we don't see. And I hope that you invite us more. Like last time when you took Dr. Turkey, Rick, and me at Elkhorn, that was a mind-blowing experience to see exactly what SPED does. I wish Martucci was here so I could tell her that too. But I do hope soon to visit you guys to learn more about your department because it's just so intricate and so complex that one or two visits doesn't do it justice. So really to say thank you for, for building a great team and everybody that works for you, the work you guys do.
Definitely. Thank you. All right. All right. We're going to move on to adoption of the consent agenda with the edit or the moving item number 8, Bright Futures to a discussion item.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Now let's move on to discussion items and let's start with Bright Futures.
Good evening, board, Dr. Turkey, community. So Bright Futures is an educational partnership that's countrywide. It's a countywide, sorry, not countrywide, countywide collaborative. And it is really focused on their mission is on closing the achievement gap, on making sure all of our kids have economic mobility. And they have like 7 key areas, focus areas like early education, kindergarten readiness, critical thinking, college career readiness. But what you have before you for your approval is a partnership with them so that we can activate a key initiative part of Bright Futures, which is called Cal Kids. So Cal Kids is a state, it's a state college savings account that allows our kids from an early age to start saving money to make sure that they can thrive in the future, have access to college and their career goals that they have. So this agreement, if you were to approve it, allows us to share our data so that we can find out which kids have actually already completed the Cal Kids application, who hasn't, so that we can really target, raise our numbers up, reach out to the families, have them get the savings account, which could be a really wonderful thing for the future. And there's a lot at stake. So there's about $33 million that's been already raised for this savings account for 64,000 students countywide. Currently, we have about 23% of our students who have already registered for the Cal Kids, and it's progress. As of right now, we're the fourth highest percent in the county that's already done this. So we're doing good. People are working hard, but 23% is not enough, and we really want to raise it up. So we really feel that, again, this partnership to strategically reach out to our families who have not done this is the best way to move forward. And that's the action that's before you to allow us to work and partner with Bright Futures.
Thank you, Antonio. I'm going to open it to public comment. All right, Sue? Awesome. All right, closing public comment, and I'll ask Rick questions.
That information go to them of everyone in the district?
So the information, it would be all of the information of our students, and we cross-reference to see who has not yet completed the Cal Kids application. It is secure with all the assurances of FERPA and other things that are common when sharing student data. But I would imagine, I don't know for certain, so I can follow up with you, Trustee Diaz. But the idea is that we would share all the information to figure out who has not completed the Cal Kids application and who still needs to.
So why would we do that if people didn't even sign up for it?
It is in the hopes that we can reach out to the families so we can tell them what it is. They will have choices to see if they want to, sign up for the Cal Kids program. But this helps us figure out how to be more strategic to reach out to those families who we know that have not completed the Cal Kids application.
And does the public or anyone know who the Bright Futures are or anything? Or?
Part of it will be us informing the parents of what they are if they're not familiar with it. It is an organization that is known in the county, but not all of our families will have known about it. So part of our job is to make sure that they do know about Bright Futures and they know about the Cal Kids savings account program.
And they would they be able to present to the board beforehand or?
If the board wishes, we can always
so the public knows what it's all about and all that.
That is possible, Trustee Diaz. Also, they were at the Alliance at the last Alliance meeting.
Yeah, that's just a certain amount of picked people and stuff.
Sure.
And only 2 trustees, but I was there, so there was 3 that day. But I think that's it for now.
All right. Angelo? Sandra?
I just want to say this is a great program. I think so many of our families never even think about saving, and let alone saving for the kids for college. So I know anytime you're handling student data, there needs to be a security review, and there needs to be different ways to handle the data. So I'm assuming since Bright Futures does this at other school districts, they have those safeguards in place, and probably our IT director can confirm that. But as far as the program and getting more students enrolled, it's essentially free money. And then it also gets our students thinking about, I can go to college and, here's already $600. And maybe my parents can contribute $10 a month, and maybe over 15 years, it's going to grow. So I think it's a phenomenal program. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that the reason why we're at 23% and fourth in the county really is to the work of Katie, Dr. Turner, Allison, Diana Castellanos, people who have already been working really hard to register to get to the 23%. So a lot of people have already put a lot of hard work into it.
It'd be great to see every student that is eligible to receive the money, get the money, because it's already there. Yeah.
So
thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Sandra?
thank
Okay.
you.
Rick, did you have any additional questions?
yeah, why don't we just do it ourselves? I mean, I saw that, we had fairs and we had tables at our own schools and stuff like that. We seem to be doing good on our own.
We're making progress. We're at 23%. So I think
So what's the benefit of
So I think the benefit is that we more quickly strategically find out which parents have not been exposed to this or know about the application so that we can target it in a more strategic way. So for example, if you have a school site and you know that in this school site is X families, we can work collaboratively to reach out to those families so that they know about the program, as opposed to kind of just blindly advertising Cal Kids out to the school district.
Okay, and just a future presentation would be awesome if they could come by.
Okay.
I do have a question. Do we have, as a district, all of the information of the actual students who have an account?
My understanding, and I don't know if there's anyone here from the team who can speak on it, and I can follow up with you, trustee, if I don't have that information right now. But my understanding is that by partnering, they let us know which people have already submitted like their application. So they have some data on their end. We have some data on our families, and together it allows to pinpoint who has already done it. So Bright Futures has information that they've already received with names of families.
So they already received from the state which families have an account?
They have it directly from the families who have applied directly with them to the Cal Kids. So when they do the application, they have the records of those families who have done it. So this would allow us to exchange information with each other in the agreement. Oh, great. So she can answer that clarifying question.
I just want to say, like, I'm very familiar with Bright Futures. They're amazing, like you mentioned. They have done great work in other districts with dual enrollment. They've informed parents. I've worked with them before in other capacities, and it's I mean, but I just want to know, like, if there's any way of us as a district, if we already have that information of which students have an actual account from the state, if we can send out a notice to our parents first, if we can let them know, hey, we want to partner with this agency. This agency is going to reach out. Something that if we don't have it, but they are able to get that information from the state, because I don't know what the state is doing to actually share data with different entities to get the students to actually activate their account and enroll.
Yeah, this is Katie Turner. Sorry, I'm not there tonight. I'm kind of sick. But that's kind of the intention of this MOU is they would be data sharing with us. So Bright Futures is through Hartnell College, and they would be able to share with us which students have already accessed, which then we can cross-reference with our students who are eligible and reach out to families directly. Because while we've been tabling at events, we're kind of approaching it with like whomever comes to us. And Diana's done a wonderful job of tracking the folks that we've been able to get money for. But we still have so many students that have eligibility and access for the free money. And we just want to make sure that they get that money.
And if I could add something as well, it is not unusual for us to enter into data sharing agreements with third parties. This is not an unusual thing.
Right.
If you think about any third party who has tech access, for easy access, for students to log on to it, guess what? We share data. We go into a data sharing agreement. The kind of agreements which we go into, though, they have to, right, ensure things like FERPA and COPPA, right, which is essentially saying that the third party is not going to share that information. But I just want to make the point, sharing data between a school district and third parties is normal practice.
But my question again is, do we have a list from the state of our students who are eligible and have an account?
So unless Dr. Turner can answer it, I have to go back to you, trustee, with the answer. I don't have the answer to that question.
No, we don't. That's the intention of this MOU is that we would be receiving a list from Bright Futures who's working directly with the state.
So Bright Futures has a list from the state?
Yes, they have a list of who's eligible and who's currently accessed their funds and who hasn't.
Specifically our district?
Specifically our district and all districts in the county, yeah.
Get us the list. All right. Okay, so this is, unless there's any other questions from trustees?
Move to approve agreement between Bright Futures.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you, trustees.
Get us that list, please.
On it, now that you've approved it, on it.
All right, moving on to adoption of resolution 2024-2534, April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month.
Good evening, Superintendent, Dr. Turkey, and board members. We thought this was a good time, even though we're not quite in April. We're leaning into it next week, but we thought since we were recognizing our wonderful staff for their work in the Captain Project, as well as give us an opportunity to highlight that next Wednesday at the middle school at 5 p.m. we have our third annual neurodiversity event, and it's going to be this year much more kind of like carnival-like is our goal, so we can attract more families. There will be food, there will be fun, there'll be info sessions for the parents or guardians to attend, and some of our staff will be present to help take the kids around so parents can have a little break and learn some more. There'll be some make and take. You can make some visuals to help you at home. So it's a wonderful event. And each year we try to, increase the attendance as well as the information out there. But you guys have approved this in the past, and I know it's near and dear to many of our hearts as we all most likely have been touched and have the pleasure of having someone in our lives who has been identified with autism. So I invite the board tonight to recognize April as Autism Acceptance Month, and here in North County that we will celebrate. And I just want to highlight that you have done this pledge in the past. So this is really renewing our pledge and understanding that it requires a high level of collaboration, support, outreach, and oftentimes, kind of behind the scenes work. And that in our county or in our district right now, we currently serve approximately 120 students who have a primary diagnosis of autism, meaning that is the reason that they are served in our through an IEP. And so I hope that tonight that the board, along with our district partners and our community partners, will join us all in recognizing April as Autism Acceptance Month.
Awesome, thank you.
And could we play the video as well?
There is a great video.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Diana Espinoza. I'm a special educator and advocate for North Monterey County Middle School. I have taught special education since 2015 in 7th and 8th grade, all subjects. And I was a paraprofessional and instructional aide since 2011. When it comes to neurodiversity, I consider it as something that many experience. For instance, we all process and interpret things in different ways. Think of answering a math problem. We all may have reached the same answer. However, we all took a different path in our brains to get there. Neurodiversity is natural and can be considered the umbrella to one or multiple diagnoses. As a person who also has an invisible disability, it is important to teach those around us that we may learn differently, but we are still people.
I think I would hope that people would not see them any differently. They're still kids. I just feel like they're really misunderstood. They're just kids, and people should have an open mindset to them.
My experience with neurodiversity has been helping students find the supports they need to be successful, along with helping them implement these skills in their everyday lives. Many people who are neurodivergent or are self-diagnosed with autism or ADHD have learned to mask in order to fit in with what others consider normal. This means they have learned to hide who they are for the benefit of neurotypical society. Autism is a lifelong diagnosis. Our students learn how to live with the diagnosis through the skills learned in our programs. Come celebrate. Learn more at our Neurodiversity Sensory Carnival.
I'm going to open it for any public comment. Zoom. All right, board. Sandra.
Just I think now more than ever, because of the current political climate, it's really so important to respect differences. It's also important to support public education, especially those with special needs who need additional support. So I hope the community remembers and supports and advocates for public education.
Thank you. Angela?
Something I've just noticed is, it's not something I noticed, I've noticed for a while, is not just this district, it's everywhere. We're really great at advocacy with young kids. But then as they start getting to the teenage years, we start to a little bit, because being a little bit more independent, we forget about them. I'm hoping that we, what's what I'm trying to think? That we continue finding ways to support our adolescents in high school and how to transition into adulthood. Being neurodivergent, and also teaching teachers on how to work with students. I would just love to increase that training so much more. Hopefully in this month we could bring that up, or some type of professional development where to provide that safe space for them to learn and grow at a high school level. Because it just feels like a lot of the things just die on the vine after elementary school.
Thank you, Angela. Rick?
Yes, I love our resolutions of recognizing everyone. It's very special, and I think like we could do more, and we like just have more tools, more resources, more events, more carnivals. That would be so cool, and proud to adopt this.
Thank you. I agree with you, Angelo. I used to teach actually for this district as a parent volunteer, a class called as 8-week series called Autism 101. And as a advocate or coming from the legal profession, we would talk about the difference between academic diagnosis with medical diagnosis with after. So I wish we could see more parent workshops, more educational workshops, not only for our parents, but for our teachers, for our staff, for everyone to learn a little bit more and understand a little bit more, because that then comes with acceptance. It comes with actually understanding how to work with our different populations. So I hope that we can start that again, and figure out how to get those workshops coming, and staff development as well.
Are you say something?
I just wanted to add that this evening on the consent agenda, it's not completely related to autism acceptance in the Captain Project, but you all did accept a grant that North Monterey County was given for Workability 1. And Workability has not been available to apply for decades. And it just became open due to a little bit of I would say maybe a legal loophole where there was money that was going to be released again. And so they needed to open it. And I would like just to take the opportunity to recognize Kelly Bishop. She's our secondary school psychologist specialist, because she took on the big challenge of writing this grant, and it wasn't an easy grant to write. And so it's exciting, and we had our first district committee to support it, and we're learning more about the grant, but it really does bring opportunities for our secondary students to receive additional support, including payment for their work and coaching in jobs. And so we're thrilled to be bringing that to the district. And just to give Kelly one more kudos, we are the only new district in our entire region who was accepted in this award. So everyone else was continued out. Yay. It was I'm sorry, it was the whole state. So we are the only new district in the entire state. I got that wrong. Wow. So it was like everyone was like, yay, here you go. And now we're a little nervous, but it's going to be okay because it's bringing resources to our community, but and it's opening doors already to other opportunities when we meet with them, which we did last week. So hopefully that will also, we're not ignoring secondary.
Oh, I just want to
It's
clarify.
there.
I want to clarify. I know secondary is not ignored.
Yeah.
It's just a little observation, seen
For
through
sure.
every district in the county.
Yeah.
It just seems like, I mean, just parents too, like, when my kids were little, I spend more time with them. As they get
It's
older,
true.
independent.
Yeah.
I tend to put less,
Energy.
and I'm
into
like,
it.
and teaching her, I noticed that too, when it came to certain resources, it was harder to get it for
Yeah,
secondary students versus elementary students.
for sure. Thank you.
Rick moved and I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right, moving to the next one, and it's receive CSEA sunshine proposal.
Okay, so this would normally be a Curtis thing, but Curtis is actually in Cabe right now, not Cabo, by the way. Cabe. Right?
Training.
Thank you, team.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. And so this is, yes, sunshining a proposal to negotiate with CSEA around 3 different things: leave, pay, and health and welfare benefits.
Awesome. Opening it to any public comment. Zoom. Board, any questions? All right, this received. Thank you. Moving on to the next one, approval of a consulting agreement. Who's doing this? Oh,
This is
Connie.
Connie.
Thank you, trustee. This one is basically ratification of the contract for Mr. Rick Jensen to serve as a consultant and support the fiscal team in the absence of our Director of Fiscal Services. Basically, as we all know, this is the busiest season for, well, it's always busy, but this one in particular, it's busier because we need to develop, we're overlapping 2 fiscal years. Current fiscal year and the development of the budget for the next fiscal year, and the closing of the books approaching. So I'm here to request the ratification, approval of the ratification of the executed contract. So for Mr. Rick Jensen to start supporting the team.
Any public comment? Zoom. Board, any questions? I move to approve.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Denise.
Thank you, Connie. Any board requests for next agenda? or
Yeah,
next
I'd like
items?
a facilities update on what we're
Facilities?
gonna do over the summer with
Okay.
our facilities,
All right.
please.
Anything else, Sandra? Angela? No? Rick? For me is community schools. What's the plan? Right. We're moving on to going back to closed session. Thank you, public. You can stay until we close the meeting, but we're going to close session.
What is it? You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Huh?
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You know how they say?
Yeah, when they kick you out of the bar.
Yeah.
No, they can stay until we come back from closed session, but Coming back from closed session, no, nothing to report. Meeting adjourned at 8:28.